Oh, my fucking category is wrong again. Software development. Okay, I think I'm good. Notifications. Oh, okay. That was strange. Logged into the wrong account. Hey D-Stills, hey Rigoff, how you guys going? Should be out working today, but I'm sleepy. Yeah. Kind of tired myself, actually. Had a bunch of appointments and shit I had to take care of today. But I said I would stream, so fuck it. Plus I have work to do. Stuff ready to start implementing for the next update, so... Just give me a couple minutes here to finish setting up. Alright, I think I'm good. Okay, I think I have... Alright, sorry. I just had like a fucking... just mental boom. Just completely zoned out. I have RPG Maker, I have my documents. I think I have everything. Right, I need to open the new scenes I'm working on. There's a task message. There was listing help, and then Guildmaster. Okay, I think we're actually good now. Alright. So yeah, I've got a bit of stuff to work on today. Scenes are ready to start implementing. So I'd like to get those out of the way. Basically, there's the scenes that are leading up to the quest that the player gets to go do some combat stuff, which is Tasha kind of setting everything up, telling the protagonist that Crowley wants to see him in his office. Then the player would go and see Crowley, get introduced to Crowley, get given a quest, and then the player would go off and do that quest then. There's meant to be a small conversation that I need to do up actually for at least one as well. So there's four little scenes to start implementing. The introduction's pretty big, I suppose. Oh, 60 lines. It's not huge. Actually, there's a revised version of this. Need to update. Just copy and paste this. There we go, that's fixed. Crowley's name was not being picked up properly and it made all the lines all weird. But that's been fixed. Okay, so we got Tasha message and listing help and Guildmaster. We need to make sure that the plugin is seeing these new scenes. Oh, wrong one. So Tasha message, listing help, and guild master. The order doesn't really matter, but I might as well keep it. Try to keep it in the order that's being implemented. So as the file gets bigger, I tend to know where stuff is in the list. These appear. Routines, parallel, routines. So I'll have a quick mess around with this. Basically, one of the other things the other dev was working on was helping with the NPCs, because I've kind of like talked about this before, that I wasn't happy with how like kind of empty the world is, which is my own doing. Because as I kind of said before, I wanted to have more in-depth, interesting NPCs as opposed to just like plastering a million sprites all over the place that don't really have any interaction at all. But in doing that like more in-depth system, because there was more in-depth, it naturally takes longer to implement them. So while I was working on that system, it kind of just made that the world, kind of just made it so the world was just empty with nobody living in it, which obviously doesn't feel good. So in the meantime, we've got some basic NPCs that just walk around, have a bit of a basic routine. They'll walk around at different times of the day, go to different places during the different time slots. And as I implement the new system, the new dialogue system, then the NPCs will just naturally be upgraded to fit with that. And then it should all be good. The world of NPCs that treat Brian like dog water. I kind of did think that. So it would basically, as I said, it'll work similar to like NPCs in Oblivion, Morrowind, and all that kind of stuff, where each NPC, because there's meant to be less NPCs overall, but more in depth, it means that they'll all kind of like have a name associated with them. Like they'll have like their own affection. Like I wouldn't call it affection meter, but it's kind of like basically how much they like you, like favorability, I guess. So each NPC will have their own unique favorability with the player that will start at like random different levels based on however I design the individual characters' personalities. Maybe some are a bit more amicable, some just hate the protagonist. And then the idea should be that titles also affect it. NPCs, I suppose, would be giving more. NPCs will be given like a personality type, like such as a basic archetype. So maybe they're more crass or make more lewd comments if Sephir is in the party when you talk with them, or they're more willing to do lewd stuff to get rewards or whatever. Because I'd kind of like there to be reasons for the player to engage with that lewd system. So like the idea was going to be that if the player like gets harassed by drunk people at the tavern, then the guards would come over and maybe they'd arrest you and Saphira, and then Saphira might have to like persuade them to let you stay out of prison or whatever. Otherwise, you have to spend like a couple of in-game days there, which would just be sleeping in the bed. Or maybe the player could break out, something like that. It's a very basic kind of like crime system. And then there might be quests where you need to like get information from an NPC, but they're not going to just give it over free. So you can get like Saphira to do something, or whichever heroine is in the party. As the system develops further, to have more options. Excuse me. So, I usually always make a blank map first, where I'll just kind of like put all the scenes in just to test them before I actually place them in the places they're meant to be. Otherwise, you're going to spend a lot of time just walking around, wasting time trying to actually test everything. So I need that guy. Just initializes a bunch of basic stuff. That's quest stuff. The first scene is Tasha. So, and it's a conversation, not a scene. Trying to figure which scene here. Is the music too loud? Or can you hear me fine? Because it's quite loud on my end, but... Also, this is very early, but I'm curious what you guys might think. Actually, I'll talk about that later. I'll just focus on what I'm focusing on now, so I keep jumping around to different stuff. Sounds fine? Oh, that's good. Alright, so I want to do a basic conversation. So I need to find... I really should just have like a basic template for all of these. But I haven't made one for Tasha yet. Because surprisingly, most of Tasha's content so far is actual purely scenes as opposed to conversations. Where's the embryo stuff? This should be one. This is one. So I could take this. Go to the first dialogue line. Okay. Take that. Conversation ending. So it's the opening, setting up, then the first line. Okay. So this is scene. Tasha has a message. Letterbox, trade house background. Use the kitchen background. Blood. The home. And then it would be Tasha message. Resettle Brian's expressions. And then naturally it wouldn't be embryo here, it would be Tasha instead. So I can get rid of those. Tasha message. F1, T1, message. So I need Tasha's map poses. Something smells good. Where are we here? There we go. So take the Tasha stuff here. Tasha busts voice. Take those. Take this. What is this doing? It's fading in. Why is it fading in? It should already be faded in by default. Just copy it as normal. Set this all to 0. I probably shouldn't show Tasha on screen. So Tasha bust entrance. It needs to be... I think, let me check. So Tasha has the first line. Okay. So Tasha has the first line. So copy this in. Delete the Brian part. Tasha has the first line. It's reading the right script. Yep. So has the fade in. So if I run this, might just hide the screen for a second. Just to make sure, just to check what state Tosh is in when this loads. Tasha doesn't show up, so I need to figure out why. So maybe you do need the fade in. Clearly, however I've initially set up Tasha's model is different from how I've set up the other characters for whatever reason. There probably might have been a reason why I did it that way, but I can't remember, which isn't good. But yeah. This is also the wrong character. Should be Tasha underwear cooking. Stepping, direction fix. Okay, test this. Hide the screen real quick. Still not showing, so now I need to find out what the fuck I've done. Brian's showing, but Tasha's not. I'll have to check the earlier. I'll check the scene where Tasha first shows up. I think smells good. Transition to conversation. Unless I have to set to the base of 1. Maybe that's why. All the other characters are default 0, but maybe I've done something, again, I've done something to Tasha. To figure out what I've done here. Okay, now she shows up. Cool. So Tasha shows up. She's quite indecent, so I can't really show her on screen on stream. Sorry, 1 second. I'm talking to the artist. About the author. Okay. So Tasha's showing up now, so that's good. What? Actually, I might just give me 1 second. I'm gonna make a little crappy little sensor bar real quick, so that way I can kind of show Tasha while hiding the indecent parts. If I can find where the sensor bar head is. Sensor PNG. Okay. That should be... Let me have a look. Okay. That seems fine. I mean, Esther kind of already covers it, actually, now that I look at it. But I'll just leave it like that just in case. Okay, so Tasha shows up. That's all good. Now I can start adding in all the lines here. Okay. The morning outfit. Yeah, this is still the old Tasha model as well. Obviously, I don't think I've added the new Esther animated model, but the new Tasha animated model hasn't been added yet. When we get the new build working, all of the animated characters will be added at once. It'll be like a bigger increase in options and visuals. Because I kind of gone over it before that. I kind of like, yeah, I just found, I guess I just ended up kind of like going the direction of animating most, if not all, of the scenes. Because obviously I feel like the animation can add a lot to the scenes. But the other thing is that the animation actually in a way also saves quite a lot of space. Because all of the scenes are effectively one giant texture atlas, or texture stitching thing. One PNG file. And you obviously just have different locations that the animator references in that one image, as opposed to having like 50 different layers and having to stitch it all together at the runtime. Or the way I guess a lot of other games typically do it, like Renpai games, is you would have like one folder per scene, and in each of those scenes you would have like 20 images that will make up the different variations for the scene. And then depending on quality of those images, that could be like 2 or 3 megabytes each per PNG. So if your game has like 100 scenes, or however many scenes, like that starts to really add up in file size. Whereas doing the animation wise, one scene could be like 5 megabytes instead of like 50. So kind of like the animation obviously visually looks nice, saves a lot of file size. It kind of like just works really well for everything. The downside, of course, is it takes longer and it's more expensive having to get it animated. But I think in the long run it'll be quite nice. So we got Tasha's message. So I can stick this on this side. So I got Tasha's messages. I also need Brian's. I'll find one of Brian's lines here. Brian. Give me 1 second. Oop. Oh yeah, I can get rid of the other little sensor bar. Just to make sure I keep turning that on at runtime. Okay, so I got Tasha's. I think I just fucked my copy and paste now. I need to go find the Brian again. There we go. Save it over here. Brian voice fun. So it goes Tasha for line 1, line 2 is Brian. Line 2 is Brian narration. Line 3 is Brian talking. Line 4 is Brian narration. Line 5 is Tasha. Line 6 is Brian narration. Seven is narration. 8 is talking to Tasha. And then Tasha has the final line. Let me check what I've... The 3 is... Okay, so it's still... Yeah. One of the things I would like to do in the new build as well, that it's being set up, is trying to find a better way of dealing with the role of Tasha, because of all like the new rules and all the shit that's going on. So the best compromise I can think of is basically when the player is first going through the game and they're introduced to Tasha, the player obviously gets to remember what her name is, and the player can then input her name. And then in the following scene, when you're downstairs in the kitchen, you'll then be able to remember her relation to the main character. And the player will be able to type in what they want. Well, obviously by default it'll be landlady, because that's the meme, isn't it? But the idea is the player could type in what they want. Now, one of the problems I was thinking of is like, how do I get it so if the player mistypes it or types, say, the full word, like say the player types mother, then how do you then get... In this current system, it would then mean that every time I want to reference her name, or her relation, it would have to be mother with the capital M, no matter what, in all of the dialogue, which would kind of look pretty shit, because obviously not every time it's going to be capitalized. And then there's obviously, you would like this variation where you can say mum, or if like he's in the middle like stuttering or something, you can say M dash and then mother or whatever. So like I was trying to think of a way to like work it so I can get all the variations of the word. And one system is basically letting the player input the word, like input what they want, and then it being able to understand what word is being inputted, and then being like, okay, they typed mother, so mother can have these associated words as well in the list. And they would obviously all reference making use of the actor slots, because RPG Maker, like you can see in the dialogue here, it's got / and 1, which means name 1 or actor 1. So that means it's Brian, but the player would obviously change the name. So by doing that, I can set aside a couple actor slots for all the different variations of the names. So it could be like mother, mom, just the first letter M, and then all that. So then the idea is that when the player types in whatever word they type in, it then just catches the word and then like it says, okay, they typed in aunt, so all of the associated words for the different slots can be whatever the variations of aunt or mother or landlady or whatever else they type in. Which is kind of like Alright, sorry, I'm just talking to the other dev for a second while I have him online. The other dev has spent quite a bit of time helping fix up the current build for this current update. He's the one that worked on this NPC system and a bunch of other quality of life stuff, and just fixing lots of little pieces that I've fucked up along the way, really. Oh, hey Spib, how you doing? How are things looking for the next update? They're going okay. As I said before, pretty much all the scenes are done and animated. The writings at least have their first drafts. I'm just starting to implement some of the stuff now. Kind of like just explaining what I'm doing as I'm working on it. I'm currently just implementing the first scene here between the protagonists and Tasha. So yeah. But that thing I just spoke about with the name convention stuff and trying to like catch all that, I don't think a plugin for that existed. The other dev had to make one, which was pretty cool. Because before that idea, I was kind of like a little lost on what the best way to go would be is. Because obviously if you yeah, you can basically I could just hard code it so the default version on public storefronts is the landlady version, and there's a patch to replace everything with the mother version, or whatever the aunt version or the teacher version or whatever other association the player would think of. But that kind of like complicates it because then you have to download specific patches, and yeah. Whereas if you just had a plugin that could, or like coding basically, that it can understand what word was typed and then replace all the different fields with the right associations, that would be the best. So yeah, all right. So continuing on. So I've got the dialogue lines in. Now I just want to test it and make sure all the dialogue lines are showing. So I'll place up the little sensor bar real quick. Play test. Brian Deere, wait there a second. Just as I'm about to head out, Tasha calls out to me. Oh, landlady, what's up? She pauses for a second, her face scrunched in a look of concern. Okay, that line needs to be fixed. It's too long. The other thing with the current build that I have to do, which is really fucking horrendous, and I haven't had another way of doing it, but in the new build it is being fixed, is because of the way I've used a bunch of different plugins to get like how stuff looks on screen, how the dialogue looks on screen, I don't have word wrapping. So I have to manually wrap the sentences where they cut off, which is really annoying. And the font I've used, which I think looks nice, has kind of like non-standard, like what is it called, like spacing or like character. There's a specific word for it, but it's like how many letters can fit across the screen. It's kind of like all over the fucking place. So some sentences can be really short or really long and take up the same amount of space. So looking at the screen, it says, "Oh, you remember him right?" Question mark is about where it cuts off, so I can space it there. And then I might have to space images of a fixed set, belligerent bulldog face man. Spring to mind. That also, yeah, it does cut off the next one. Here's the new. See, like this, the next sentence is shorter than the one I just added the spacing in. Yet it cuts off even sooner. It cuts off at new guild. So yeah. Generally it's about 125 characters. It's kind of like where I can generally put the spacing. It seems to be okay. Why you have no word wrap? Because I don't know what I'm doing. I've just stitched together like a Frankenstein monstrosity, and in doing so, it's caused a lot of underlying problems. That's why I needed the other dev to come on board to help fix the mess that I made. And so the game can also function as well as it looks visually. Okay, so now... Okay, So the dialogue all works, but now I'll double check to make sure the spacing's been fixed. But this is why, if you've played the game in previous updates, there seems to be a lot of problems with the word wrapping and like words being cut off. It's not like I'm trying to be lazy and just make it look like shit. It's just, I have to manually space every single sentence, and sometimes I just miss them. And I'll have to fix them up in a hotfix patch afterwards or something. That's still cut off. Okay. Curve has been. Remember him, right? Hold on, what did I have before? Oh, you remember, why did that not, new line? I had to freak the fuck out. Somehow it's opened up. I just realized I'm editing these scenes from a completely different build to the one I'm operating out of. Let's fix that. I don't know how the fuck I managed that. Save as. Flash a message, replace. Listing help. And listing help. Place. And then Guildmaster. Guildmaster. Guildmaster place. Okay. Now it should be okay. Okay, it's working now, but it's still cutting off. Pass a message in his office. Okay, so it's cutting off it in his office. And it's still cutting off on the other line. Go for press memory. He's the new. So it's cutting off at new. Okay, try one more time. Is my title being fixed or is it still bugged? Oh, it is working. Okay. Okay, now it's fine. Okay, now it's fine. Okay, cool. Okay, so now the spacing is fixed. I can then make sure all this stuff is correct. So it says the player's name. Narration. This just needs to be italics. Okay. So now I then do the Kasha map poses, which I need to map out again. Because I've lost the files that I originally made. So Brian maps. Tasha. These aren't the right variables. I have to fix these up. Tasha burst entrance. Change. So 0 is naked, which doesn't exist. That's why I wasn't showing before. It's actually 1 for underwear, 2 for dressed. So the base is naked 0, underwear 1, dress or uniform 2. Then for hands, hands up, hands up. Hands up is 0. Get rid of this. Hands on hip. 1. Clasping hands 2. Same hands. Wait, what a second. Hands in front. Hands up. I don't know if I should look at that, what that file looks like. But I'm not dealing with a dressed form at the moment anyway. So, iris. So 0 is neutral, 1 is eye roll, look down is 2, look away is 3, guilty is 4, camera should be 5. This is camera 6. Camera 6. Face. Neutral, surprise, squint. Face. Neutral, surprise, squint. That's all the same. Mouth. So mouth 0 is neutral, 1 is smile, 2 is frown, 3 is worried. Four is surprise. 5 is loving. Got 5 twice. Why is it? I don't know why it's twice though. That's loving is 5. So Tasha's busts use an even older system where there's not a distinction between closed mouths and open mouths. It was just like set expressions. I think Tasha's map poses were the first that were done. So they're like the oldest and the most basic, and obviously as we've improved, we've kind of like understood more what expressions we need for the characters. It built like basically a basic expression list that all characters should have. So I don't think there's any overlays. There'd be a blush overlay. There wouldn't be a dirt overlay. Browse. Brown. 0 is happy, so we don't have a neutral for brow. 0 is happy. 1 is loving. Loving. 1. No, 0 is happy. Yeah, 0 is happy. Loving is 1. Surprise is 2. Worried is 3. Surprise is also 4 apparently. Surprise open, whatever the fuck that is. It's 5. Then worry. What is happening? Zero's happy. Oh my god. What have I done? Let's just do the browse first. Okay. What have they done? What is this system? Who made this? Let's do the overlays. Okay. So overlay is clean and blush. Cool. Easy. So then brow. So 0. Happy. Happy. 0. So this is even, okay, I just realized, yeah, Tasha's is the oldest. I guess you guys can't see it. But like, the whole expression was one image. It wasn't separated between eyes, brow, and mouth. Because we kind of realized that if you just separate the brow, eyes, and mouth, then you can obviously do a lot more variations with that than just having it as one image. So mouth happy, happy is 0, happy open is 1, loving, which that doesn't look very loving to me, but I don't know why I named these the way I named them either. Loving 2 then. So loving is 2. Loving open is 3. Surprise. Surprise is 4. Surprise open is 5. Then we have worried. So worried is 6, and then worried open is 7. So worried 6, worried open 7. So now we have to double check the brows again. Sorry, that's the brows. But if I understand what I've done correctly, is I basically just made the brow do everything, and the mouth doesn't actually do anything. Because the way this expressions was set up is it's all one file. So it didn't need to be separated. Does that mean the iris does anything? The face. What does mouth do? That's an individual mouth. What was that? It's a brow. Overlays. Mouth, underwear, neutral, smile, frown, neutral, smile, frown, worried, 3 is worried, 3 is worried, surprise open is 4, loving open is 5, I think I don't know why that was duplicated. Okay. Now I need to mess with this and see what I've actually done here. Where was the previous scene where I had Tasha? Would have been... Tasha change. Here we go. We got Tasha. She should probably be looking a bit worried here. Arms up. Two. Face. Mouth. 3. Brow. 6. Well, that'll be 7 because she's talking. Let me first run it again and just make sure that that expression even makes sense. Stick those there. Okay, well she has an expression, so it is working. Will there be any mentions of the testing scene in this update? Will all the focus on the guild? Will there be something mentioning a new testing method or something? Yeah, there is going to be mentions of the testing stuff in the Crowley Eliswin scene. How Crowley is planning on implementing changes. Yeah, I need to check over the draft to remember exactly how much it's mentioned there. But there is meant to be the idea that Crowley is planning on making changes, and that'll be foreshadowed or built up as it works towards that scene. Okay, copy this. I got Tasha line 1. Copy this in here. So I got mouth 3 here, which is loving open. Brow 7, mouth 3, mouth 3. Change that to 2, and then the brow be 6. So brow 6. And then what's her line here? arms. The arms up, mouth. 3, brow, 7. Discord is bugging. I just got the notification you were streaming. God damn. That's pretty fucking late. I sent that to you like before I started the stream. So that was like what, 45 minutes ago? God damn. An hour ago. That's yeah, that's weird. Sorry, just 1 second. I'm talking to the other developer. Thank God Twitch notifications work. Yeah, that's pretty bad. An hour ago. I guess it's a good thing I also do the Twitter notifications just in case. I was kind of like thinking if I should bother with the Twitch notifications, but I guess if Discord's going to be not really sending notifications properly, I should kind of have to make sure I do that as well. The only problem is I feel like Twitter just like, I mean, I guess it makes sense that one platform doesn't want, like a platform doesn't want people to leave the platform. So whenever you post a link in a tweet, it just never gets any traction. Like it gets buried. So that's why, I mean, I guess I'm just still experimenting with the best way to do it. But the best way I found so far is when you do like a multi-post. So the first post is just like an image, to like get some eyes, telling what I'm doing, and then the second post under it will be the actual link. That seems to be the best way of doing it. Maybe there's a better way, I'm not sure. But yeah, if you have a link, which I mean, it would be great to just link the Patreon or whatever in a post when I'm doing a teaser tweet, but it just fucking buries that shit, and no one sees it. So this one she should be down again. 9. Arms. Brow. 3. 1. So if this works correctly, then Tasha's expressions should all work properly. They should all change correctly. So she's got mouth open, she's looking a bit worried. Mouth closes. Mouth opens again, arms change. Mouth closes. Wouldn't really call it a worried expression, but I mean that's correct, that's how the scene's meant to go. So that all works. Then I have to do Brian's expressions. And then closing out the scene and then the quest portion. I also saw the Twitch notification first. You talking about Twitch notifications through Twitch itself or through email? Because I think Twitch also spams people's emails when you go live. If yeah, they have the setting on to receive them. Because I get a fuckload of emails from Twitch. From streamers I watch going live. Twitch itself on my phone. Oh, okay. Oh, if you have like the Twitch app. Alright, you said you watch Twitch on your phone, don't you, D-Steels? Or at least you have in the past, sometimes. So the next is doing Brian's poses, which is a lot easier to understand because it's one of the newer systems. So I first have to go find Brian's poses. At the scene. Brian's poses. And then when the internet is bugging, oh, then I'm on my PC. Ah, okay. I'll just leave the sensor on because I keep opening and closing the scene. It's going to be annoying trying to keep track of that. If Tasha ever shows her indecency, that won't be good. So we got Brian's initial setup, which should be as fine as zeros. Tasha's line. So line 2. So what's line 2? Set these little zeros. I guess Brian should look a little surprised. So what do we got here? Face, surprise. Face surprise 1. Brow 1. Raised eyebrow. Nothing crazy. Line 3. Line 2. Line 3. Arms. Hand out. 0. Talk 3. Line 4. Brow. Tasha's talking, that's fine. Brian's talking again. 6. Arms crossed. I want him to have his eyes closed. Face closed. Face closed. 3. 7. Speaking of internet, apparently internet across Australia is meant to be getting a big upgrade this month. Which would be pretty nice, because then I could probably actually stream at a higher quality. Kind of in a bit of a janky quality right now. I don't know, I don't really play games, so I guess it hasn't really been a huge problem, but the bitrate is pretty low. Like if I was playing like more intensive games, the stream would probably look like shit. If I was trying to play Call of Duty or something. A lot of shit on the screen. Okay, 7 is talk 4. Okay, so that's all the lines of Brian, so now I'll check that to make sure they all work. So her expression's changing. Brian's surprised. Hey landlady, what's up? Okay, pretty good. Now I need to exit the scene. Scene end. I'll rip out all the quests part. So that can be fixed up later. Also need to get rid of the embryo stuff because there's no embryo. I need Tasha. Ground floor. Something smells good. Let me just rip the straight ending here. Rip that. Save it here. Okay. Don't need the tutorial. Just an auto save because it's a conversation. Keep the music the way it is. Time. Passage doesn't need to happen. Don't need to change the breakfast thing. I'll leave the quest stuff as it is. Brian reset. Brian reset. Where's the Tasha reset? Oh, right, because in the version of the scene, Tasha leaves earlier. So, Tasha resets somewhere. Or not? Where is Tasha's reset? What is going on here? What about the first night? Tasha leaves. What is happening? How have I been making Tasha leave? If it's not in the end of the end of the scene. I do it here. Do it earlier for some reason. That's a show. Apparently I've somehow been doing Tasha differently the whole time. Maybe it's because of the older system. I was doing it differently. So now I need to make sure I make Tasha leave properly. Alright. I hate all of this. Get rid of that. And follows. React. Does it react? This is a conversation, isn't it? No, it's not. Is this a conversation? This is a okay, this is a conversation. So I can rip this. That's all fine. Just another music. Gonna replace the quest stuff, that's fine. The Randrel. I like how I managed to go from Screamo to Eminem somehow. But okay, thanks YouTube autoplay. Okay, Brian should be hidden, that's fine. Yeah, we got Tasha here, and then I'll just hide it. Change this to 0. Okay, that's Brian hiding, Tasha hiding, resets all the voice stuff. I just got to do the quest stuff, and then it should be fine. Okay, I'll run the scene again and make sure it all hides correctly. Okay, that works properly. Now I have to do the quest portion. Quest. Meeting the guild master. Guild master 1 word or 2? I don't know why I just suddenly forgot. I think it's 2. Whatever. Name for the list. Meeting the guildmaster. Tasks. Meet the small. Meet the new guildmaster. I'm not happy of any of this shit that I've just written, but I'll fix it up later. The main thing is it all works. Protagonist meets new guildmaster in his office. Take the CQ01. Difficulty 0. 0 is morning, 1 is day, 2 is evening, so 1. So add quest CQ1, show the task. There's no, this is a new quest branch, so there's nothing to complete. There's no variables. 380. Meet the guild master. Start. Finish. Okay, so meet the guildmaster. Starts the quest. So normally this would come after. Well, actually, there's no reason to really set it. Really, this is like a new branch that could yeah. This is basically a new branch of quests that could have started at any time. So there's no really reason to have a requirement to start it. The player can start it at any time. Maybe I should make it so it can start after the first in-game day, actually. Okay. Meeting the Guildmaster, the player has the quest. Cool, that's all good. I'll fix up the messages for that so it's a bit more nicer and gives some better directions than meet the Guildmaster. But it works, that's the main thing. Okay. What else did I need to do? Right. So normally it would have the requirement of the first in-game day. The second night would probably be a good point after the second night. The second night finish? Yes. So after the second in-game night, the player will then be able to see Tasha in the kitchen, and she'll give the quest for the player to go meet the Guildmaster. So the next part, I can do everything except for... Well, so the next one is actually the player meeting the Guildmaster, meeting Crowley, and I can put all the dialogue in for that. I can't yet put in the busts for Crowley because they're still being animated. And I was kind of like, I was trying to decide if I should all new characters and that going forward. I just use the new system, which would leave us in a weird spot where some characters are animated and some aren't. But there's all the benefits I'd originally talked about, and eventually all the characters will be animated. Plus, if I don't do the animation way, that means I have to do Crowley with the old system, which is very fucking tedious to set up. So while Crowley's being animated, I might just have to wait for that to get done. So I can do everything else. Scene meeting the guild master. Do that again. Guildmaster. So what do I need? This is a conversation as well, so I can just rip the start from this. For the first line. I don't really have a background for this scene, so it'll just be blank. I'll got the music later, it's not a big deal. I need to set the file correctly, so it is Guildmaster. Right? Guildmaster, yes. Guildmaster, Brian stuff is all default. Crowley would go after Brian. The voice line is Brian first. Tasha. Should be A1. Alright. So Brian starts. First line is Brian. Need to set up a voice file for Crowley. Dial voices. Crowley 18. No, we'll just use the bandit one for now. That's all set up. Make sure the first line appears. I haven't added Crowley's model in yet. Use the Rat Man for now. Okay, so start this and see. That's what I can do actually. Meet the Guildmaster start has to be on. 361. $360. 61 is on. Okay. Test. Oh yeah, the other thing actually that the other dev is implementing for this next update is the new party window system thing. Let me just hide this for a second to make sure nothing crazy pops out. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, so the party system window that's on the right side of the screen, I like, really, I suppose this is me basically just copying what a lot of other games did, and not really, kind of like just copying it because, well, because that's just how other games did it. Not really thinking if I actually needed it, or if it really suited what we were trying to do. And I couldn't really think of a better system at the time of how to do what I wanted. So I was like, well, this is what everyone else does, I'll just copy this. But it's kind of like, it takes up a large chunk of the screen, you have to hide it, and there's a bunch of jank to make sure that the camera reorientates when it opens and closes. And then if you go in and out of different locations or different maps, that also fucks with it. The graphics start getting like lost and like go to different parts of the screen, which just makes it really annoying to look at. Just doesn't look good. And then also, for people that are currently playing the game, if you have Saphira in the party and all that, it's kind of like tedious to like get Saphira to kick out of the party if you want to get rid of her, or talk to her or whatever. And so I thought, like, instead of like trying to like force this window thing to work, just have a more basic system where you have like the party members' profile pictures, like their, I guess, party panels, so using WoW terminology, on the left side of the screen. So you'll have like Brian, you'll have Saphira, you'll have Varric, or whoever your party members are. You can easily see their stats. Obviously the name has to be fixed up so the font looks better. But then the other thing is you'll be able to click on them when they're in your party, which will then bring up the interface menu for talking with or interacting with that character. So if Saphira's in the party, you could click on her picture, bring up the menu in the middle of the screen, and then you could talk to her about random events. You could flirt with her, you can kick her out of the party, you could, whatever the other options would be, romance, whatever it is. And that way it's a lot simpler than trying to navigate the fucking window pop-out thing on the side of the screen. Because I don't think there's necessarily anything... Like, I don't think there's necessarily a lot of value to having Saphira on the right side of the screen the entire time. Like, I was thinking of a few little cute things that could happen, like, if you're walking past an NPC, and they yell out something flirty, then Saphira could kind of, like, react, like, her picture would change for a split second as long as that dialogue was on screen. Like, I thought of stuff like that, but it wasn't really anything like, anything crazy. And you can still... The other thing is also, because there's going to be multiple party members, it kind of seems weird to just have the one character on screen. Like, what about the other party members? And then navigating between them. And then also, what if you have a different character party member on screen? Then you're not seeing the severe interactions anyway. And if you have this, if you have the panel hidden, so you can actually move around to the right side of the screen, because it gets in the way of being able to click on the right side of the screen, then yeah, it just seemed like not great, not a great addition. Wasn't really enough benefit for it. When I think most of the content would come with actually talking to NPCs or scenes or combat, that kind of stuff. Instead, like focusing in those areas. Yeah. So, this should play, which gives us the quest. We can then talk to the Guildmaster, which will start the Guildmaster scene. The dialogue is loading properly. So that's all cool. So now the tedious process of adding in all these dialogue lines. So line 1 is Brian, line 2 is Brian, line 1 is Brian, Brian in a monologue, line 2 is Brian narration. I need to make that line 2, that would probably help. So line 2 is narration. Line 3 is monologue. Line 4 is technically narration. Then line 5 would be Crowley's first line. So we changed the, I think 17 was Crowley. Crowley. We also have to make a character for him, an actor. Crowley. Be the Rat Man for now. Crowley, so 21 I believe was what I just made. 21. Okay, so name is 21. Need a color for him. Um, 25? Nothing else. I mean, 25 kind of suits him, I guess. Not like there's a lot of color options, so some characters have to just double up on colors. The only time it would really be annoying is when they're sharing the same scene, and you have the names the same colors. But I mean, that's not a huge problem. I'm gonna need to see if there's a plugin that allows you to get custom colors, so you can go beyond the limit. That would be pretty nice. So, it's Crowley's line 5. Line 5 is Crowley. And line 6 is Crowley. Which obviously wouldn't be, not be monologue. 6. So 5 is Crowley, 6 is Crowley, 7 is Brian narration. 7 is Brian narration. 8 is Brian narration. Ugh. 8 is Brian narration. 9 is Brian narration. 10 is Brian narration. 11 is Brian. 11 is Brian actually talking to Crowley. 12 is Crowley. No. 12 is Brian narration. Fourteen is Brian in a monologue. Fifteen is Brian just talking. 16 is Crowley. 17 is contribution points. Sorry, 17 is Brian. Okay, so stream tomorrow. Yeah, I'll try to keep the streams going. I'll try to stream earlier tomorrow. I was going to stream earlier today, but I had some appointments I forgot I had. So I had to deal with that shit. But yeah, I'll try to stream tomorrow as well, starting earlier. Maybe it'll be a longer stream, I'll have to see. I mean, I'm in a mood to keep going right now. I'm not gonna stop right now. Though I know it's getting late. Okay, so 16, line 16 is Crowley, line 17 is Brian talking out loud. You gotta go, see you tomorrow. Alright man, take care, thanks for stopping by. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. If I do end up streaming, I'll try to, but we'll see what happens. Hope you have a good night. 17. So 17 is Brian talking to Crowley. Why is the center bus still there? Because I forgot to take it off. I can get rid of it. I just had it there because I kept opening the scene, and I just knew if I kept trying to fuck with it, eventually I would just forget to turn it on, and then you would see a whole bunch of bush that shouldn't be shown on stream. $17. 18 is Brian. 18 is Brian in a monologue. Actually, is it? Maybe I'll make it. It was, I think, a narration line, but I'll make it in a monologue line just to break it up a bit. There being too much narration. So this is the scene where Crowley starts talking about changes to the guild. Basically, so Crowley's the main. Well, Crowley's kind of like the main villain. I'm building up for the first, like, I suppose, act of the game, where he's basically become the interim guildmaster, as the previous guildmaster is missing, and no one knows if he's dead or alive or where he is. But the idea is that there was a dungeon that popped up, and he was meant to, like, kind of like guard it. Because the idea is every guild and academy has, like, their own territory, but you always have, like, this rogue random cultivators or mages out there doing their own shit. And so these forces have to try to lock down any dungeons that pop up. They say, obviously, they try to, like, the idea is they kind of like use the idea of, oh, it's for your protection, but really it's so they can hoard the resources inside those dungeons. So the idea is they would send their own students, their own mages into those dungeons to like training as well as get any loot and all that kind of stuff. So the idea is the guildmaster went to this particular dungeon that popped up at the start of the game, before the events of the game started, but he kind of like got greedy and went in by himself and then ended up getting trapped in there. So they're not really sure what's going on, so Crowley becomes the interim guildmaster, and he's obviously going to try to do the best he can do to stick with that position, even if the old guildmaster comes back. If he can if he can prove he's a better and more efficient guildmaster, then the academy might keep him as the new guildmaster instead of giving back the role to the old one that disobeyed their orders. It's kind of like what Crowley's thinking, I suppose. So he's obviously going to implement a bunch of new rules. The main one to which is because the guildmasters are kind of like, so like these adventurer guilds are usually affiliated with an academy. So naturally, the area the game takes place in, the main academy is the College of Elements. That's where Saphira's training and currently vacating from to spend time with Brian. And they have a bunch of different adventure guilds all over the place as part of their jurisdiction to help spread their influence and keep the place under control. And these adventurer guilds also basically act as like scouting for upcoming talent. So like if someone comes to the Adventurers Guild and they have like high talent, then the guildmaster or elders or like basically the staff at the Adventurers Guild can basically say, hey, we have this talented potential student here that we found in our jurisdiction. We can send him your way. And in doing that, they would get basically rewarded from the academy for finding talented individuals. So Crowley's obviously trying to like do more to kind of foster more fighting and more fierce competition amongst the students and the members of the guild, because that can be a way that he can get more benefits for himself, basically. But in all of his like more official duties he's actually trying to do for the guild, he's also extremely petty and hates the protagonist. And so he's like also using his new rules to punish the protagonist by forcing the protagonist to take on quests. Because one of like the rules that he's implementing is that all guild members have to do a bunch of quests. Like there's a quota of quests they have to do per month or per period. And so naturally the protagonist has been in a coma the whole time, so he's fallen behind on this new quota that Crowley's implemented. And so Crowley's basically offered, well, if you don't want to do a bunch of quests, the only way you're going to be able to fill this quota up is by taking this quest I have for you, which also happens to be a very dangerous quest, because Crowley's basically trying to get him like kicked out of the guild because he can't finish it, or what he would probably prefer is Brian just dying in the process of doing the quest. But this is like one of those, I suppose, ways where basically this is like still following from Chinese light novel tropes, and that is basically elders abusing their positions they won't like outright kill you typically, but they'll like invent scenarios where you're in harm's way all the time. So this is kind of like following that trope. And so Crowley will also have other underlings that will fuck the protagonist over time. And like, why does Crowley hate Brian? So in the original version, it's because Brian ate a herb Brian ate a herb that Crowley wanted. Because the idea is that Crowley is basically an older guy, not a lot of talent, and he's pretty much reached his natural limit on how far he can go as a mage. And so the only way he could really get any further is through basically a miracle, or probably like some demonic art or something like that, some demonic training method. So the idea was going to be that Brian basically ate a herb that Crowley could have used to push a bit more of his potential out there, or unearth a bit more of his wasted potential to potentially level up to the next rank. I was kind of like thinking of alternative idea, like basically using that as maybe a base, but then having other reasons other reasons Crowley hates him on top. There was another one I was thinking up, and now I've just forgotten off the top of my head. But I found that I had a few other reasons, and some of those were a bit more compelling. I might have written them down, but now I need to fucking remember what they were. But there was, that was the basis, and then there was some other ideas. I didn't necessarily want him to have a thing for Tasha. It's more like the other way, where he's pretty much using Tasha to harm the protagonist. I kind of like wanted Tasha really to stick with Varric, and the idea was more because Crowley is trying to like use Tasha to get to the protagonist, that the protagonist kind of either, depending on the route, if it's the NTR route or the NTS route, the protagonist is either purposely pushing Tasha to Crowley to protect Tasha from Crowley, or sorry, I think I just fucked that up. Basically, the protagonist is either purposely pushing Tasha towards Varric, so Varric can protect her from Crowley, or he's inadvertently and unconsciously, because he's not really knowing what his actions are doing for the NTR route, pushing Tasha towards Varric. Yeah, so either way, Varric ends up with Tasha, but it's obviously on the NTS route, it's more purposeful because that's just the nature of the route. Whereas the NTR route, his actions are kind of like unconsciously or inadvertently pushing her towards Varric, as the protagonist, in his own way, trying to protect her, kind of like alienates her more and more and like disappoints her because he's not really doing well or explaining well what he's trying to do. I'm trying to think of those other reasons that I had for Crowley. Because I'm still leaning towards Crowley and Estelle as a route. Yeah, I'm still leaning towards that because the idea there was basically, so because Estelle has like this condition, like a special physique, where she's basically outputting too much mana for her to. This is me like using less in-universe terms and more using just more broad, general magic terms. So at least it's more understandable. Naturally, in the game, it'll be explained in a way that makes more sense in game and you understand. But for now, I'm just going to use the basic magic terms. So basically, she has too much mana for her body to handle, and it's basically turning her into an ice cube. That's kind of like what's going on with her. And so she's purposely limiting how powerful she is, and also at the same time, she kind of fluctuates in power because of this restriction. So sometimes she's at her full power, or like overpowered, and it's basically hurting her to do magic, or she's severely underpowered and weakened, and she kind of fluctuates between the two states. And so the idea was going to be there was an introduction of these magical artifacts, like a yin yang type of thing, where two people would use these. It's kind of like the fusion dance, I suppose, in fucking Dragon Ball Z, the two earrings. Obviously, there isn't an actual fusion between the two characters, but the idea is that they're linked together. And so they basically would siphon each other's energy and cycle it. And so this would be an item that Estelle can use temporarily to restrict how much mana she's outputting, and instead it would transfer into the other person. So the idea was going to be because it would make sense for Crowley and Estelle to have this kind of thing going on, because Estelle's too powerful for her own body, Crowley's got no potential left to unearth, so he could basically leech off of Estelle's mana to forcefully boost himself upwards. So it kind of like is a beneficial relationship, even if Estelle obviously doesn't like Crowley. So as for how that was going to play in the route, the idea was going to be that the idea would have to be to set up in a way that Estelle, either with the protagonist's help or just had it from the start, has one portion of these dual artifacts, and then there will be a quest line to track down the other one, and either Crowley had already had it or Crowley gets it in the process, and then they kind of like link together after that. So that was like the Crowley Estelle route idea. Then naturally you had the Estelle Albus route idea, which the idea was even more basic there. Is because he's an alchemist and has like a particularly unique kind of alchemy flame or alchemy rune. that it's really good at melting or purifying. So he could use that alchemy rune to help contain Estelle's excess mana, which would naturally have to be done through lewd means. So those are the two ideas. But the thing I'm also trying to think of how to more include the protagonist in that as well. So it makes sense. Because I feel like with the Crowley Estelle the dual artifact idea, that kind of like has nothing to do with the protagonist. The other thing is to think about is how to set it up so it could make sense that Crowley would become part of it, the situation. Like I also just thought of just then, well, what if instead of 2 artifacts, it's 3 artifacts, and like so, basically you have 3 people linked together, so that way it kind of like forces Crowley, Estelle, and Brian to be linked, like a triangle. That would be a way of like forcing it to happen. Because there either has to be like this item, this MacGuffin that forces the relationship, or there has to be a reason why Brian and Estelle are more invested in each other before Crowley comes into the picture. And I do have to think about that more. I'm just trying to think of what else there is. Fuck, I can't remember what there was another reason for Crowley's hate towards Brian, and now I'm forgetting it. I don't know if I mentioned it on a previous stream in my random ramblings. I was trying to think about it, think of what it was, but yeah. Because another more simple idea would basically be like Brian took a quest that he wanted, which is like that's not really that fucking special. Like I like the idea of Crowley being really petty, but I feel like it has to be like there has to be a little bit more going on. Or it could, I mean, maybe that could just be the fun of it, that he is just so insanely petty that the fact that Brian took a herb from him forced him to become the guild master and then spend all this time trying to destroy Brian. I mean, the more I think about it, that kind of fits with Chinese light novels. That the most basic, simple thing is usually what forms these insane young masters hating the protagonist for like looking at them funny or whatever, or not simply just like not stepping out of the way and letting them walk in a straight line, like forcing them to walk around you is enough of a crime to execute 9 generations of your family. Or 18 generations of your ancestors, whatever the phrase is. Where was I? 18. So 19 is Crowley again. 20 is Crowley. 21 is the protagonist narrating. 22 is Crowley. 23 is Envy. Now I need to track down Envy somewhere here. There we go. Three is Envy. Wasn't that one of the things from Kill Bill? The master gave the slightest hint of a nod of respect the other party didn't respond, so the master went and killed the entire village or something like that. I haven't actually seen Kill Bill. I know, obviously I know of it. But that sounds like, I mean, that could be a thing. I mean, that sounds like something from like a Chinese light novel. I mean, it could just be the fact that, yeah, it was a particularly rare herb the protagonist ate, but because of because of the protagonist's physique, it basically amounted to like a waste. It was a waste for him to eat it. So it could have been the fact that it actually was like a really rare herb that would have actually helped Crowley get to the next rank. But the protagonist is basically like an endless void. Probably should actually watch Kill Bill at some point, considering I mean everyone fucking seen Kill Bill, except for me apparently. 26 is Brian. 27 is Brian in a monologue. It's entertaining with a good bit of shock. Like I've seen like memes and like scenes from it on YouTube or whatever. But yeah, and I know I've seen like parodies of it, like Kung Fu Panda or whatever. '28 is Envy. 29 is Brian talking to Crowley. 30 is Crowley. Almost finished with this scene. 30. 31. Actually, I just realized it probably would have been a good point in here for. So Envy's like, my mind, this fellow is rather ruthless. Looks like you're in trouble. I feel like what probably shouldn't be included in here was Envy basically asking, this guy really hates you. What did you do to piss him off? And then the protagonist could then explain in there what he had did. That would have made more sense in hindsight. So maybe I'll rework this scene a little bit to include that. To at least give like a little bit of an idea why he hates him so much. Because otherwise it's kind of like not really explained. '33. 34. '6 is narration. Why did my music stop all of a sudden? '37. 38. 39. 40. 41 is envy. 42 is Crowley. 43 is Brian. 43 is Brian. 44 is Crowley. 45 is Brian narration. 46 is Crowley. 7 is the protagonist. Brian. Okay, that's the lines for this scene. And then I can close the scene out. Should be guild related. Small adventurers. Obviously, let's swap out Tasha with Crowley once he's in. This all looks fine. So that's all the dialogue. Then I gotta go through and check all the lines are right. Right. So that's pretty much the scene. I might as well do the quest part. I kind of think So there's like a little extra bit here where Crowley tells the protagonist to go get Elise Wynn, which is meant to lead to like the scene between Crowley and Elise Wynn when the player gets back from doing the quest to see what's happening in the office. I'm just wondering if it's kind of like a little off to have it there, because I'm just wondering if it interrupts the flow, because like, so the quest is to go kill bandits, but first it's to go tell Elise Wynn about the maybe instead it should be changed a little for Crowley. Instead of Crowley like having the details of the quest on his desk, he says, go ask Elise Wynn for the details. So that way the player already is kind of en route to Elise Wynn to get the details for the quest he's on, and then he says, oh, by the way, while you're there, tell her to come to my office. So it kind of like does 2 in 1. Maybe that will be a better flow. So I might make that addition to change that up a little bit. That might flow better. Yeah. So that's that scene. We'll have to make. I'll make a few little small adjustments to it there. Uh, hey Rachel, how are you doing? I know this is far off, but how many endings are you planning for the game? Good ending, bad ending, darker ending. Hey Alan, how you doing as well? So I have there's two basically planned endings, which is like the ending for each route. So the NTR route, then the NTS route. So that would be like the two main endings. There might be room for branching endings from that, depending on like different conditions, how the player does certain stuff. But I kind of wanted to limit the scope at first to making sure we can at least get those two main endings done. And then once those two are done, if there's still interest and room to develop the project, then maybe having some more alternate endings or something like that, or alternate routes in there. Because I'm already worried about how big the scope is for the game, that trying to have too much extra endings and extra routes, and for the player like move in between routes is already a lot of extra work. So I won't promise that there will be extra endings, but there is the two main ones planned, one for each route. I was kind of thinking I would like to do like an epilogue type thing where you kind of like see what happens after the main story. So basically, this in hindsight, it kind of makes more sense for the NTR route. You can kind of like see like basically see the ultimate despair of the protagonist, where he is in the gutter versus where the heroines are. Like you could like go around and visit the heroines and see what their endings were basically. So maybe there could be like variations to like that kind of epilogue based on how the player does certain stuff. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Like Fallout New Vegas, actually, yeah. Where like you kind of like see what the Wanderer, what Brian happened to Brian, happened to basically you see what happened to all the herons, and then you see Brian right at the end, like crippled old man living in the gutter or some shit, can't use magic, something like that for the NCR route. Maybe for like the Envy Schizo route, it's just Envy and Brian in the void together. Envy is completely just enslaved the protagonist to her and no one else. So ultimately, Noida would betray Brian. Well, I don't know. I guess I don't. Is it quite? Well, no. So this what would be like. If any of you are familiar with Nymphomania Priestess, you have like the normal MTR route, you have the normal NTS route, and then you have like a hidden Schizo route where the Priestess gets like insanity points and it leads to like a unique dark ending. That was kind of like more what I was thinking, where you would have like these points of like really stoking Envy's envy, and she would like go Schizo in the end, and like she would want to keep Brian all for herself. Because I kind of explained it before that like envy is obviously the embodiment of the emotion of envy, and in that kind of like being envy, she is kind of like a little bit self-sabotaging towards her own goals, as like all the other sins are, because they're kind of like not balanced. They're all a fraction of what once was one being. So they are kind of like self-sabotaging in a way towards their own emotion. Like they can use it positively, and it also affects them negatively. So like obviously Envy wants to get stronger, repair herself, so she can take on the other sins. But in doing so, she can't like go against her own nature, and that could lead to like well yeah sabotaging her goal. So this would be more like a unique special route, not like a full route I suppose. Just something I was thinking of. I don't know 100% if I would do it. I'd have to like see I'd like to make sure the main two routes are done, and then I can think about adding extra shit. Because once the two main routes are done and it's all like kind of like spaced out, it's much easier to kind of like plan. Okay, I can kind of like fit some scenes in here to bulk this section up, or if I kind of like there's like a line, there's room for a bunch of scenes along this line. Brian says in the end because cocking never changes. Yeah. Well, I guess you could do the meme because it's like, um, because being a loser never changes. Because that kind of like is the whole mantra of the game, I suppose, where it's like just because you're a because it's all about like the whole isekai genre itself, right? Like just if you're a dropout loser, no skills, no social skills, ugly, not great looking dude in the real world, and then you isekai, then what? Why would you just become suddenly the most powerful, greatest looking, social Chad guy in the next world? Like you would just be the same dude. So I could there could be something funny in there. Maybe it's actually just Envy narrating it, and then she could be because Envy originally was meant to be like, um, sorry, one second. Oh. I mean, change is possible if you truly commit yourself to it. Plenty of people become social outcasts in the youth, become chads in adulthood. Yeah. We free roam after the ending, so you just go get banged by the villains. Well, that was kind of like because it's an RPG Maker game. I mean, that kind of like would be the way I would think it would go. That you'd basically just be able to like, yeah, I don't, I can say what the general out what it would look like, but I don't 100% know exactly how it would play out. But because my original idea was basically like, you could probably just walk around the map as normal, but there would be like some kind of time skip. There'd be some way of like indicating it so that you would then be able to find the heroines at different spots and kind of like see what's happened to them. Yeah. Sorry, one second. I was talking to the artist. It'd be cool to see Sophia get married and have a child with a villain. Feeling happy ending. Cutting off Brian from a life. So one of the tropes, um, one of the tropes in Chinese light novels usually there's an arranged marriage between like the protagonist, like usually because the protagonist side obviously is always like pathetic and like has a broken body and can't use mana and all that kind of shit. Can't cultivate. But usually there'll be like something where like the father was like some kind of like chatty hero type dude before he got old, and he has like a like a blood brother, like a what do you call it? What am I forgetting? Blood brother? Sworn brother. That's it. They call it sworn brother. And then they'll like have some arranged marriage that their kids will marry each other if they're the right genders. Like one's male, one's female. So the idea would be that it's come that time of age where the the children have become of age and it's time for the arranged marriage. And then usually what will happen is the family finds out that the protagonist is like crippled and can't use mana, and so they're like kind of like hesitating on keeping the arranged marriage and like want to cancel it. So usually the hero that woman, the girl, that's meant to be the arranged marriage partner of the protagonist shows up with the to annul the agreement, and the protagonist will either like accept it. Yeah, usually the trope goes a few ways. Either usually they'll well, one variation is they'll hate the protagonist because he's weak, and they'll want to just annul it, and so the protagonist will either just annul it there and then, so then they can do the whole she'll regret it later when the protagonist soars like a phoenix. There's the other version where he gets angry and doesn't annul it, and then basically forces her to hang around and gets annoyed, and then usually she'll kind of like start to see his positives and like change. And then there's also the version where she actually just doesn't want to annul it. She's like strictly trying to stick to it, and that's like I guess like the less dramatic version usually. But then either way, what usually happens is at some point that the father would like arrange a marriage for someone else. So there'll be like a villain that shows up to take the heroine, to take that girl, because she's had a new arranged marriage with them or something, or marriage, maybe not necessarily arranged marriage like the protagonist one, but they get married off to someone else. So then the protagonist have to like race across the entire continent or world or whatever the fuck it is to stop the wedding from happening. So I kind of wanted to play with that trope where the protagonist like I don't know which heroine would be, but the protagonist would be like racing to stop a wedding, and then obviously he wouldn't stop it in the end for the NTR route, but he'd like get to witness it. It could work for Saphira. Oh yeah, it could work for Saphira. It could work for. I could see it working for Estelle. I mean, I could see it working for all the main heroines. I think it could work easily for all the main heroines. Maybe, depending how closely I wanted to follow the idea of Chinese light novels, I probably would say it wouldn't work for Tasha because she's already had a kid, and they're usually pretty like virginity is like a huge deal. So it would work for Estelle or Saphira. But I mean, I don't necessarily like if I could think of something that works, I wouldn't necessarily scrub that idea just for that. I might have missed a couple comments here. Let me just double check. Um, so ultimately, Noida would betray Brian. Well, I kind of already explained that, where it's not really betrayal; it's more like an alternate, darker route where the Noida goes crazy and wants to get Brian for herself, and not and sabotages all his relationships with the other heroines. That was kind of like that idea that there'd be like this kind of like current idea for like an ending scenario is you have like a final battle in like a hidden domain where like all the characters are showing up, you interact with them, and then by the end of it, it's either like the protagonist versus the villain of that arc, with the heroines either on the villain's side or on his side, or they're on the if it's the NTS route, maybe they're on the villain side but then change sides to show where their true loyalties lie, and then they defeat the villain. But for the NTR route, then the protagonist will get defeated and then left in this dimension as the door closes. But this is another trope where the students have to go into these hidden domains, and usually they're like made in a way where higher level people can't go into them, or it destabilizes. There's lots of resources and other sorts of shit in there, so they send students in to train and get all the resources to get stronger. And then usually they'll close up after like everyone comes out for like 100 years till it opens again. So the idea was going to be that the protagonist would go in there, or he would like get left in there, stuck in there. The door would close, and he'd stay in there for like 10 years or 25 years or whatever number I wanted to choose, and then he would get out, and then you would see the epilogue of what happened to the heroines. So that was like one like ending scenario. Plenty of peeps already read that. The worst kind of ending isn't the girls having sex with the villains, but them being truly happy with them. That's kind of like how I imagined it from the start. That was kind of like always the idea that, at least for the NTR route, the idea that the heroines would end up better off having not been with the protagonist. I kind of like that idea. But then some people also, I guess, prefer the idea where they just get used and abused, I suppose, and the villains even just move on to someone else. And, like, everyone's just a fucking broken mess at the end of it, which I'm not really a fan of that. Imagine if you're having a kid with one of the Ikari, completely see your own content without Brian. I think actually, the more I think about it, I guess on the surface, the one where everyone's like a broken mess at the end is pretty dark. But then I guess the idea that the happier ending is Cruller for the MC, yeah. That he was really just like wrong in the end. Natasha, she could disinherit Brian. She disowns Brian. Getting his ordeal, not to be locked into the dimension. Well, so yeah, so I guess I kind of feel like the idea of like this, like Envy going crazy and like trying to keep Brian for herself would have to be like a side or like an alternate ending for the NTR route. I don't think that works for the NTS route because NTS the protagonist meant to be in control. Sorry, one second. Talking to the artist. Sorry. I was talking to the artist, working on some scenes for the not this current update, but the next update, since everything has to keep moving. So, just focusing back on what I'm working on at the moment here. Uh, the current scene is pretty much in, but I wanted to make those few small adjustments to the scene just to give it. I think that's a better flow. That the player, instead of getting all the details from Crowley, and then getting sidetracked with Elise Win, and then going to do the quest, it's like Crowley so it gives you the basic idea. You have to do this quest. Go to Elise Win to get the quest. You go to Elise Win to get the quest. She gives you the full details. You then tell her what Crowley said to Tia in her office. You then go and do the quest. It's like it feels more like a progression that makes sense like that. Whereas the way it's currently written feels a little off because like telling you to go for okay, so you have to go do this, you have to go to this thing, but first sidetrack to this thing. So making it like flow as one, I think makes more sense. The other thing is, I kind of wanted Crowley to be a bit more aggressive, and then more introducing the idea of seniority that I talked about. That Brian should be addressing Crowley as guildmaster, not being like so like, oh yeah, sure, I guess. He should be more like, um, more respectful, I suppose. Otherwise, Crowley kind of like has more reason to punish him. So I kind of wanted to make those few adjustments before the scene before I go any further. I'm also waiting for. I'm also thinking. Sorry, I'm also waiting for the animated bust of Crowley to be done because I don't want to use the archaic system for Crowley because it's a fucking nightmare to set up. And there will be a lot of time to settle that up just for it to then be used for like one or two updates and then never used again. So then there's one more scene here for this section, which is the Envy conversation after the protagonist leaves. So Envy. So it's just a protagonist by himself. So one of these scenes here, I can take these. Take one of these. Scene and listing help. letterbox, ice, image. That's line 1. This is reacting. Why is there reactions in here? Oh, there's busts. Why is there a reaction? Oh, what the fuck? That's the wrong scene. That's why. I still think it'd be a cool twist if NTS Brun ends up falling for Noida. I mean, I suppose it could work that you just basically have like a special Noida ending. You just have like the crazy version for the NCR route, and you have like a more amicable, like a vanilla ending for the NCS route. That could be cool. I mean, depending how it's done, I could do it probably like Fallout New Vegas does it, where it kind of like is really just the epilogue at the end, where all the variation, like where it all kind of shows up. Because otherwise, I was just thinking, yeah, because I kind of have to see where the two main routes go to plan side routes for that to slot in easily with the main events. There's already enough trouble keeping track of the two routes without having to add more in. Otherwise, I'll be working on this game for like next fucking 20 years. It'd be like Dwarf Fortress. Just like developing this one thing forever. Maybe NCS Brun does something heroic, like save the town, but his deeds with Noida are exposed and his rep is tarnished, so he has to leave anyway. I would like to set up. I mean, yeah, it really just depends how it wants to go. But I could see like setting up, because we talked about before the idea of like there being like you have the sins with envy and that, so you'd have like the cardinals or the virtues rather, the cardinal virtues, as like an opposing faction that's like chasing, like trying to stamp out any demonic presence. So they would like come into the picture and start trying to track down the protagonist and imprison him. So there could be like a on the run arc or something, where the protagonist has to like use a disguise to get around. Okay, so after all of that, I don't want that scene. That's wrong. Leaving the tavern. This might be it here. I can use this. Maybe for the NTR ending, Brian could oppose and banish Envy as she's getting dangerous, but that makes him lose all his powers. I mean, I could see the ending being like Brian, like utterly, like basically back to square zero for NTR ending, like having no magic again. I feel like there's like a bunch of different ways you could take it, so maybe that could be the idea. Go like again, going back to like the New Vegas or Fallout 3 type ending, where like you have like a main route ending, and then based on like a bunch of different conditions, you can have a bunch of alternate things in there, like. You would basically the epilogue will be set up in a way where it goes through each character one at a time, and then based on whatever variations the player did, it might be like a couple different options for how Saphira's ending turns out, and then a couple different options for how Caladria turns out, and then a couple different options for how Noida or like whoever it is turns out, and then like based on those different decisions or variations, it would kind of like work like that. And I suppose for the last, you would have the protagonist and Envy. Enlisting help. Okay. Progress complete. Get rid of that. Brian bus reset. Cool. Get rid of that. Just keep one line for now. 0, 0, 0. It'll still be the guild stuff. Enlisting help. Journal stuff. Where's the music here? Academy chatter. This should go at the end here. Listing help. I guess Siegfried tried to do the Nightmare in SC Legends, except it didn't go well for him. What is SC Legends? StarCraft? Soul Calibur, right. Soul Calibur Legends of Dynasty Warrior style. Oh, okay, that's cool. I've never played the Soul Calibur games. But I know about it. There's like a sword that is like constantly like leeching strength from you or something, and like if you don't feed it, you'll probably die to it. I can't say I know a whole lot about the series. I was never really a Soul Edge. Okay, because I was never really a fan of those types of games that involved you kind of like hitting the same enemy for like 100 fucking times. Like, I guess the point is you're meant to build combos, and if you're doing the combo successfully, it's not as bad. But, like, those type of games, even, like, the new God of War kind of felt like that. Never really been a fan of that type of combat, where it revolves around you, like, hitting the same enemy a bunch of times. Darksiders also felt a bit like that. The first one, at least. I think the second one felt a bit better. Ryan, entrance. Okay, so how many lines we got here? The first line is actually Noida, or NB. Let me go find that. I'm gonna put it at the top here. Noida. Enlisting help. Line 1. Line 2 is Brian. Line 2 is Brian. Line 3 is Envy. Line 3 is Envy. Line 4 is Brian. Line 6 is Brian. Line 6 is Brian. This shouldn't be narration. I don't know how all these end up as narration. Okay, so that's Envy's lines. There's no react. No, that's busts. Never mind. It's just resetting the bus at the end. Okay, that's fine. That would be the quest part at the end as well. I put it as Brian so I know what I'm looking at. Okay, so you have Tasha has a message, which gives you the Guildmaster quest. Which would then complete the Guildmaster quest. Do this so I know how this looks. That starts the quest. So complete the quest. So you would complete the quest. Meet the Guildmaster. Meet the Guildmaster starters on. Meet the Guildmaster finishers on. Right? So it completes that, completes that. Yep. So it finishes the current quest and then it adds a new quest, which would be finding Elias Win, start and then finish. Find Elias Win. Finds Elias Win. So now I'm going to make the Elias Win quest. Find Elias Win. Find Elias Win. Find Elias Win for further details on the bandit quest. Crowley has given me a quest to kill bandits. I need to find Elias Win for further details. Elias Win, okay. When Elias Win starts. I'll just do Brian's reactions now, because it's really not that hard. Let me pull up this. Brian's reactions. Brian's Iris. Oh, this is Envy, okay. So, put this back to third. Okay. So line 1 is starting off of Envy talking. So 6. Mouth is talking 3. I'll see you, Alan. Thanks for stopping by. I'll catch you on the next stream. If you should be streaming tomorrow again, probably starting earlier, but I'll catch you then if you're around. Needed Brian's. I could do Brian for all of these as well. Actually, no, I should. I need to wait till I change the dialogue lines just in case. Otherwise, I have to redo the expressions. Either Brian change one. Okay. So Brian 1 is fine. Then 2 is Brian. Four. Noida. R6. Mouth 3. 4. Five. Okay. And then it resets. So now we'll check the scene out and see if this works. Oh god. I don't see now. I don't know if I've been looking at the Tasha scene with the sensor bar not showing now. Oh god. I have to check the VOD later before I upload it. So that's all fine. You then get the quest to meet the Guildmaster. You get to see the Guildmaster. Talk to Crowley. That's all fine. And they get the quest to find Eliswin. Go see Eliswin. Or rather, sorry, this is as you exit. That happened to Brian's eyes. As you exit Crowley's office, then the scene happens with Envy giving the player some direction on who to get help with. But now, I think this scene would actually make more sense to play after the player is given, the protagonist has gotten the full details from Eliswin. But it's still fine to just do it now. Ugh. Okay. I don't know why the fuck Brian's eyes are all fucked up there. Why was that happening? Position 9. Position 9 is the right side of the screen. Did I make Brian position 9? No. I didn't set his position at all. So what's the problem? Oh. I think I have to set it first and then do a change because of just how I've set it up. Two, 3, 1, 6 for the change, and then I'll set this to 0. So it initializes as 0, and then when NB changes it, it should change correctly. The music stopped again. My god. Just play the damn song. Okay. Let's talk to Tasha. That seems all good. Talk to Crowley. The iris is not changing. Why is the iris not changing? Why? Why is the iris not changing? Iris 6. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, it's 7. Okay, it's 7 for NB, not 6. That's what I've been doing wrong. Seven. Okay, this should be good then. Crowley. Okay, it's working now. Back to Brian, back to Envy, back to Brian, back to Envy, Brian. Cool, that all works. That part's all fine then. So I just need to make the changes to the Crowley dialogue. And then there would be a quest in between to find Elysian, who would give you the further details of the quest, and then also telling Elysian that Crowley wants to see her in his office. Yeah. Alright. So that's kind of like as much as I can do at this point on stream, because I have to mess with all the other stuff. So I'll probably try to work on that a bit later, and then probably tomorrow before stream. And then once this stuff is set up, then it's working on the new combat editions. Yeah, there'll be the new combat editions. I think for this update, there's not going to be the time to force that Saphira scene in there. It'll have to just be included later. Because otherwise it's just going to take too much time to get that done as well. And that was kind of like, that scene was never intended to begin with. That was more like a spontaneous, oh, there could be room for a scene here. There still needs to be a scene with Saphira, so there will be at some point for her route. But forcing that one in there, there's just not enough room. But, as I said, we're working on the combat stuff, so there's a bunch of Saphira combat-related stuff, as well as the defeat scenario. So there is Saphira content for the update. And the other dev is about to start working on the new combat system, the new iteration of it. It should be a lot smoother to play and make more sense. And also just, yeah, just better than the mess I've made. So, the other stuff I wanted to do on stream was pretty much just go over some, get you guys' opinions on a couple stuff for the next Envy scene, actually. I think I showed what the current final look of Envy is. Where is it? Poor D-Steals. Only getting crumbs. Poor Saphira crumbs. No new Saphira scene. I want to see Saphira scenes just as much as you do, man, but gotta pace ourselves. So, this is Saphira, sorry, Saphira. This is current, Envy. And what I was thinking of doing, like getting the artists to do is like have this kind of like glow effect. Because I'm kind of like thinking, so when Envy is basically in scenes, kind of like how the other map poses are, the idea is she's kind of like hovering. She has like the special shadowy chair look, chair thing. She looks paler on the right one here. I think I like the right one looks. I don't know if it's just because of the way I cropped the screenshot, but I think the right looks great. Like, I was already happy with this version, but then whatever happened with the skin on this version, goddamn. But yeah, so the idea is she has like this kind of like glow effect because the idea is meant to be like hovering in the air for her map poses. There's like this magic shadow cushion thing that may or may not have been somebody once upon a time before they got turned into that. So the other thing is I've spoken about is with Envy, I kind of wanted to do this thing for her prologue where she's basically putting up a front like a Wizard of Oz behind the curtain. She has like an illusion she's projecting, kind of like Guinevere from Dark Souls 1 after you defeat Ornstein and Smo. So the artist has been working on a couple things for that. So we have like this, these two here. Just like leg option, like basically just like leg poses, ideas. How she's sitting. I think personally I prefer this, the left version. But I'm curious what you guys might think looks a little better, pose-wise. Right side? You prefer right side? I think the reason I preferred, so the thing that sticks out to me, and maybe I'm wrong, it's just maybe it's just how I'm looking at it, but when you have the leg over the top, it kind of makes the leg underneath it look bigger. Like it's because of this part missing. It kind of seems like it makes the leg extend longer, like a bit too far, that it should be. Like if it had the knees here or whatever. That's the only thing I wasn't 100% sure about this version. Whereas with the left one, you can kind of see exactly how the leg goes. I think the left one reads better, but that could just be the unfinished look. Yeah. I mean, obviously these are very rough, and then the artist will obviously polish them and everything. But to me, just the leg looks a bit too extended. I guess this kind of looks a little off in the sense that the right side, the leg being hidden, adds more room for the imagination, makes her leg seem thicker. You also have like the seat indentation from the cushion as well. Whereas this one, I guess, looks more like a bonier appearance, maybe. The way it kind of works there, I don't know. I could just be making that up. Then you got an alternate idea. And then have like a little brine for scale. And then more background detail. Oh, there's just an arm variation. That one for sure. Well, I was thinking we would have both leg options. Like basically have like closed leg, open leg. Just have some variation in the scenes. Now it's my turn. This, the more I look at this leg position here, the more I can't help but think of some meme pose from like The Simpsons or something. So I guess the right version might be the one for this leg variation. Then you have the open leg variation. Now, as far as the arms go, you have like the I generally like the arm is resting, head resting on the arm thing for her left arm, but then for her right arm, I wasn't 100% sure about the arm crossing over. Wasn't really sure about the arm crossing over. Maybe more like resting around the waist, or just down by her side. I feel like she wouldn't necessarily be like the type to be like trying to cover up, I suppose. Which, even though that might not be the intention, it kind of looks like that. I mean, the arm crossing the top, or the arm crossing the midsection. Because I guess like in my idea, the idea is she has like a more like curious, casual demeanor. I also can't help but think like the Cheshire Cat, where she's like curiously looking down at the protagonist. Because this scene, so basically the idea would be, this would be like the initial opening scene of the game where you first meet Envy, and she's doing this illusion idea, and then every time the player goes to bed, they could have like a normal sleep to just go to the next day, or they could astrally. The idea is, so what I was thinking of. So the idea is there's this void place, this place, right? That's like out of space and time. That's where the protagonist wakes up when he transmigrates. Well, where he's talking to Envy. It has a name. Doesn't particularly matter at this point. But this place is going to be look like a. It's going to look something like either like the Hunter's Dream from like Bloodborne, or like the Round Table Hold from Elden Ring. You have like this like old looking like manor place in like a shadowy, foggy, void type area that the player can walk around, and maybe there could be other interesting things. But the main thing is this is where Envy is, and basically the player can sleep in the bed like normally, or they can basically astrally project themselves to this location and walk around as like a soul slash spirit thing. And you can come talk to Envy on her chair and through like more normal scene conversations talk to her and like learn information or ask her stuff or whatever. Hey 63 Rez, how you doing? Hope you're having a good evening as well. So the idea is, I wanted this scene to be used more than just the once-off scene at the start. The idea is anytime you kind of talk to her in this realm, you'll be seeing this version of her. That way there's more use out of this scene, this idea. Sorry, I was typing to the artist. Um, yeah, so the idea is you would talk to her like this, be able to like talk to her like a regular NPC in this area, and then this scene would play. She could like give you information or just like talk to her or whatever. And then the idea is there's going to be the actual lewd scene of her when you sign the contract, where she's gonna like do some more magic illusion stuff, try to trick the protagonist into what he's seeing. I'm trying to think how to explain this about. Because I got a couple different ideas here. So basically, one idea was when you're having like the lewd scenes with Noida or Envy, it's basically using her real form, the short stack version of her. But then she's like pretending that she's only doing that because otherwise the big version would obviously squash Brian. So she's like kind of like using that as a way of using her real form to get close to him for these scenes. The other idea is maybe she kind of like summons like a clone or like something to do the lewd stuff with Brian while she's sitting on a throne, or like she's just using magic from the distance to like help keep the illusion going, I guess. The idea is for this illusion to basically last throughout the prologue, and then it's broken at the end, and you get to see the real her. So, going with the idea that the player is not physically teleporting to this location, but rather he's astrally projecting, I thought that could be interesting as well, because then the idea is when the player is having these NTR NTS scenes, the Envy would then be like astrally projecting, forcefully, like the protagonist would basically be astrally projecting to the town or whatever, or wherever the location of the scene takes place. And obviously for the NTS route, he's understanding what's going on. Whereas the NTR route, he thinks he's basically just dreaming, like he's fucking SpongeBob invading other people's dreams. And like you get to see the lewd scenes that way for the NTR side, well for both sides, but yeah, there's a different context for the routes to basically seeing the scenes play out. And then there could probably be some stuff where like Envy is telling the protagonist how to like manipulate their dreams, maybe to like start kind of like pushing them towards the routes. There's a few different ways of playing with that. But yeah, I don't know if the small Brian is gonna be there. Just because it kind of like. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if it. I feel like it'd look a little odd if you just have like a small Brian standing there with his arms out the whole time. But maybe there could be like a more zoomed out version initially, and then it zooms in more closely on Envy when you're talking to her. Maybe that would work. Maybe it kind of like just crops into like her upper body when you're talking to her normally. I don't know, something like that. There's also there'd be another arm variation for when she's actually casting magic on the protagonist to like start these loot events. But yeah, that's kind of like the variations, ideas. Yeah, so that's where we're at for this scene. And the idea of the envy prologue. Because I wanted there to be load scenes for her, but you kind of have to play around this idea. So that's why I was thinking of like, if she like, it's not actually her. Either there's two ways of going. Either one, it is actually the actual real envy, and she's like pretending it's not the real envy. She's pretending. She's basically saying that she's the illusion, not the real version of her. I don't know if any fucking that made sense. But Brian's convinced that the big her is the real her. Or whatever. And then the other way is like, instead of like the actual one that's like doing the lewd stuff with Brian, is like more of like a shadow or a clone or something that would look a bit different. Well, the third option would be it's literally just like she's giant the whole time and like she's like fucking stepping on the protagonist, I guess. Using her foot. Which it would be, I guess all the foot people, or the giantess people would be happy about that. Yeah. Like the version of her like casting magic or whatever. With the hand out. Alright, I think that's gonna be it for development for now. Because some of the other stuff I have to do offline. Some of those rewrites and setting up some stuff. So I was thinking of probably just back to RuneScape for a little bit. It's already been 3 hours though. I could just stop here. But if you guys are still hanging around, then I'll hang around for a bit longer if you got any questions or whatever. Oh. Have you guys even been able to see what I'm looking at? Or has the sensor bar been in the way the whole time? I guess you can kind of see. Yeah, alright. I'm gonna play RuneScape for a little bit. Yeah, has been a sensor bar, but most everything was visible. Alright. Well, as long as you, as long as you can see most of it. Didn't really think that one through. Kind of forgot to take away the sensor bar. Just give me 1 second. Alright. Back to RuneScape. You gotta keep safety first in this kind of stream. Yeah. I mean, I feel like I've been pretty good at... I've been pretty safe, I think. I've definitely been showing less stuff than I feel like I see a lot of other streams do. But just because other streams seem to get away with it, there's no point chancing it. Especially considering I'm only like an affiliate, I'm not like a partner. So there's a lot less safety if I do like something against terms of service. I think I just get wrecked. I think there's no real coming back. So no point in really trying to chance it. I was pretty much just cutting. As far as RuneScape goes, I was pretty much just cutting trees. I don't know if any of you guys play RuneScape still. But I've been getting back into it quite a bit lately. I don't know what the fuck is happening here. Well done, you say the sapling allowed to flourish. As you're not present when the sapling appeared, you're not eligible for rewards. Really? That's cringe. Ugh. But I would like there to be some actual Noita scenes. But it's kind of like, she takes a unique place in the game, so it's kind of like hard to get there. Plus also, I think... I don't know if I'm trying to like, I don't know if I'm overemphasizing or placing too much importance on which character the protagonist gets with first. I don't think it necessarily matters. But I would imagine it would be one of the secondary heroines. That would make sense. I mean, he's kind of already had some stuff going on, right? With, like, Renfrey and that. So, I mean, yeah, it makes sense. I don't remember what I think I was trying to get 40 wood cutting for, like, a quest or something. But I can't remember which quest it was. I'll look it up later. Where's my music? In-game music, so oh, it's because it's fucking muted, that's why. Is that even coming up? Do you guys even hear the game music, or is it muted? Oh. mixer here, it looks like it's very loud, so tell me if it is too loud. Okay, my bad. That was an accident. It's still loud? My bad. Let me set this to, let me fuck with this for a second. Can you hear that? Inventory is so full. How's that music level? I can just mute the sound effects if they're too fucking loud. Yeah, my bad. I did not think that it was gonna be that fucking loud. Because, I mean, looking at the volume sliders, I have it like 10% to 30%. So, I don't know why it just fucking devastated the audio mixer. Because usually stuff appears louder on my headset. Because my headset has its own volume slider on top of the other ones I have here on OBS. So, fucking rip eardrums. So, what else is going on? Why is this guy not hitting the same tree as everybody else? That's the whole point of this. You hit the same tree, you get more XP. Hey, he's level 3. Okay, maybe it's like a bot or something. Actually, I need to get... maple trees. Need to, talk to the forestry guy. Wherever he is. Those are all players. What level do you need to cut maple? $45. Forestry kit. Where do I get the this guy. Welcome to the forestry shop. Feel free to pursue our stock. This panel will show further information about an item when selected from the left-hand menu. Once selected, you may choose to purchase the item using the buttons below. Such a strange menu. It's free! I'll buy one of those. Log brace. Tape pouch. Okay, I think I just do the... Okay, so the idea is I cut trees with this in my inventory and that does something. So I'm not quite sure 100% what's going on here. So gonna do something else with the artist here real quick. So X pick pick. That's the same thing. Disarm, not disarm. Disarm. Leg. Yeah. Alright, I think we're sorted now on what the envy scene's gonna be. So that's cool. The other thing I was thinking of is like trying to like sell the whole astral projection idea. Like using some kind of like chromatic aberration type effects that you see in a lot of games to help sell that. I was just wondering if I thought that would be a cool effect to help sell the whole, yeah, the astral projection, like it's just your soul, not your physical body. But then on the other hand, I'm thinking, would that get annoying to look at? Because the thing is, you kind of have to like bake that into the image. You can't like just have that as an overlay on top, I don't think. But I'm not an artist, so maybe there is a way of making that work. I'll have to ask him what he thinks. Everyone's cutting a different tree. Still not quite 100% sure what that's meant to be doing. This forestry kit thing. Some willow leaves fall to the ground and you place them in your forestry kit. Okay. 100 willow logs. 2 levels to go. I think I'm pretty fast actually doing woodcutting. Much faster than agility was going. That really took me quite a while to get that up. Come on, I know you have some Saphira question you really want to ask. No, not Saphira this time? Oh, okay. Surprising. Stream started around 1 AM PST, which is around 7 PM in Culture's time. Pretty sure I started around 6-ish. Pretty sure it was 6-ish. I could be wrong. Because normally I start at 6 PM, my time. Start of the stream up until the 1 hour mark, we had 6 people watching. Oh really? I don't actually. I don't have the viewer numbers because I don't have the stream manager open or whatever. I just have the chat window open on my other monitor. So I actually know, not really keeping up to date with how many people are actually watching. And dipped down to 2 to 3 viewers for about an hour and a half. Now we're back up to 6 viewers. Wait, really? Okay. Hey, 39 woodcutting. Nice. Almost 11 PM Culture's time. RuneScape is more random viewers, probably. Cat talking to me? No. Oh, my inventory is full. Wrong RuneScape, bro. Wait, is there actually is there an Osrs category? Or are you just memeing? Oh, there's actually a difference between Osrs and RuneScape. Oh, there is. Oh, there you go. Fixed it. Osrs and RuneScape are separate. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. I think I've been using the wrong category the entire time then. I really do wonder how many people actually play RuneScape 3. I wonder if, is there any like I wonder if there's any like prominent RuneScape 3 like creators. Like, I'm sure there's some. I just not really super active with the RuneScape stuff. You play it? I guess I got tricked into playing it when they first brought RuneScape 3 online at some point. My friend kind of got me into it, and like, I think from what I remember, if you had like an original RuneScape account, you could turn that into a RuneScape 3 account or a RuneScape 3 character or something. I can't remember if it forced you into one or the other, or you got to have that character on both. But I played RuneScape 3 for like a week or something, and I just really wasn't enjoying it, so I stopped playing. And then I kind of never played RuneScape for like forever. Until pretty much like the last month or so when RuneScape started like getting more popular and shit. So I was like, oh, okay. Gonna get more viewers with the bongers there. What time is it over in the UK? A passing gentleman looking for gameplay because I'm bored leveling woodcutting. Nice. Well, since you're a woodcutting aficionado, what is the deal with the forestry kit? Is there I've been told to get one, but I'm not 100% sure what the purpose is. Tried both games. Osrs isn't my thing because of the PVM. Like Player vs Monster? PvE? I gotta say, the new RuneScape is definitely very different to what I remember. I feel like I've not seen a single person in the entire time I've been playing since I started this character, type in chat. I can't tell you a lot for Osrs that I'm playing. Oh, fair enough. I guess they are pretty different at this point, aren't they? Even just beyond the basic combat stuff, because I think that was the main difference. It's 14 right now. As in 2 PM? Like 24-hour time? I like the combat in RS3. Wait a second. Yesterday I was at U's and I banked. This place is packed. That is the literal first message I have ever seen in chat. $1400 is 2 PM. Yeah. It's almost 5 AM for me and almost 11 PM for culture. My time currently says 9:48, so it's almost 10 PM. OSRS hates RS3 normally. I kind of know a little bit about like the difference, and yeah, I guess communities always tend to like insulate and not be a fan of the other. I mean, if people want to play RS3, then by all means. Can't say I'm super invested in the fan base hating the other games idea stuff. I would say that I probably would never really give I wouldn't really give RuneScape 3 another go because I didn't really enjoy what I tried last time. And OSRS at this point kind of seems like the main version. I'm not really sure if I'm sure RuneScape 3 still gets updates. I just haven't really ever seen anything about it. It's kind of all flooded out by the OSRS stuff. Two different games. Yeah. I mean, it looks nice, I suppose, the RuneScape 3 graphics. RS3 can be too much when you're starting. I don't even remember how far I got. I remember, like, because I'm pretty sure the tutorial is different in RuneScape 3. I remember, like, you're on an island, there's, like, a wrecked ship or some shit. You're, like, going for, like, a cave or something. Or, like, a lighthouse or some shit, I don't fucking know. It's such a long time ago. I think I did that new version of the tutorial or whatever. And I just dicked around doing, like, wood cutting or fishing or something. Been up for a long time because it's overwhelming. It's kind of how I feel about WoW these days. Is that, like, there's just so much shit that's happened in WoW with all the expansions that I can never really find myself enjoying the idea of getting back into it. Because even if, like, each expansion is kind of in a way a reset, it still feels like you've missed out on a lot of shit. And, like, there's a lot of to catch up on. So once I kind of like fell out of rhythm with all the WoW expansions, I never got back into it because of that reason. I might have like tried out an expansion here or there just for like the free weekend or whatever they did, but yeah, never really got back into it. I think that might be the reason why actually I kind of feel like, because I kind of didn't feel that same feeling with RuneScape with Osrs. And I think it's because it doesn't really feel like an MMO. Because everyone's like, I mean, I'm just guessing, I have no real idea. But it kind of seems like the main thing is everyone just does Iron Man. So, like, there's not really interaction with other players. Like, you see them in the world, I suppose, but no one really types in chat, like I said before. There's no real interaction or anything with other players. It's kind of like you just have, like, a multi-server, multi-user server, single-player game where everyone just kind of, like, sees each other doing their own version of the game. Which is a fucking vast difference from what I remember growing up playing RuneScape. I think, because there's like so many characters before the Grand Exchange. There's like so many people just like standing around selling shit, spamming like the different banks and stuff. I don't know. I've kind of missed that. I mean, maybe there's other reasons, but to me, like the Grand Exchange was like the big difference, where the game kind of stopped being that. Played WoW with the Lich King with friends, had a lot of fun, but gets boring after a long time. Later you can boss with friends and stuff, but it's much a single player main account too. Yeah, alright, I guess there is like some kind of in-game content for RuneScape. I've seen some stuff here and there, but I'm not really sure how it all works together. Like I kind of know there's some in-game stuff. But that feels like pretty far away from me right now. I think Lich King is actually where where I've stopped playing first. Like I stopped playing in Lich King, like after Lich King. Stopped playing after Lich King. Got back into like Cataclysm for like a week, stopped. Got back into like Mop for a week when that first launched, stopped. And I kind of like just did that. I just play like the opening week or whatever, or something, and then kind of like just stopped. And I haven't played since. Actually, no, I haven't played like since Warlords Reign. Oh yeah, Mop basically is when I stopped because I didn't play Warlords or anything beyond that. There is Group Iron Man in RuneScape 3. I did see the Group Iron Man stuff, but none of my friends wanted to play RuneScape again, so I just decided to do solo Iron Man since that seems to be the thing, the main thing everyone's doing. And I decided to jump on the bandwagon, I guess. So you're cutting trees as well, are you then? I think you said you were wood cutting. Want to get maxed, that's why. What's your wood cutting at the moment? Is it really, does it take as long to max skills in RuneScape 3? 95, god damn. It's pretty high. The XP rates are faster in RuneScape 3. Yeah. It would be 70 in Osrs. Ah, okay, right. A lot of outfits and stuff that you can get to boost it. Oh, okay. So the XP rates are, I mean, so rather, like the experience required per level is actually pretty much the same. It's just there's a lot more gear to boost how much experience you get. Okay, cool. Alright, it's 5 AM, time for bed. Alright, man, take it easy. Thanks for stopping by, I appreciate it. And I'll try to stream tomorrow. I will try to actually stream earlier tomorrow instead of saving it to fucking midnight PST. As I said, I was planning on streaming earlier today, but I ended up having a bunch of appointments I forgot about, so I had to take care of those. Well, I got 40 wood cutting, which is what I needed, I think, for the quest I was going to do. But I might just still cut trees for a bit. That's not what I want to do. You're playing Iron Man OSS too. Yeah, this is Iron Man. Where? I didn't. I thought about doing the hardcore Iron Man, but I didn't realize that. I thought you actually just lost your character if you lost hardcore Iron Man. But from what I understand, you keep the character, it's just no longer considered hardcore. So I probably should have just went hardcore Iron Man from the start then. Yeah, you don't lose anything. Yeah, right. That makes sense. Because before I played Osrs, I was getting into classic hardcore, classic WoW hardcore, whereas you do lose your character if you die. You don't just get sent to a different mode. So but yeah, I kind of assumed it was similar. Just the right to flex the hardcore. Because even like OSRS still feels. I feel like maybe it's because I don't actually know what the end game is, but it didn't like feel super overwhelming. But at the same time, I didn't exactly have like a clear. This is like what you're meant to do. So I've pretty much been following like a general guide of. I basically just wanted to complete all the quests. Was like my main thing, my main like overall objective for getting back into it. So I decided to like find like a general guide on a good quest order basically. I've been following that. But then I took a detour the last week or so to do agility to get the what do you call it, the graceful set. So I spammed the fuck out of agility for like a week, and finally managed to get my graceful set yesterday. Mostly like bossing and stuff, upgrading gear. Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, OSRS gives me a different feeling to WoW. Like I can get back into OSRS fine, but I can't get back into WoW. Maybe it's because I don't know enough about OSRS that it doesn't feel. There's no like There's like I guess there's like the feeling of like you know enough about the game to know you don't know everything for the current version of the game. So like for me, I know enough about WoW to know how much shit I've missed out on. So it feels kind of like, well, I've already missed out on that, so don't really want to do it. Whereas like with OSRS, I don't really know much about it beyond like what I played fucking like 15 years ago. In WoW, you do quest level your character. That's like the main content. Yeah. Like I guess like there's the raids, I suppose. Like there's like a clear kind of like idea of what you have to do to get gear, but I guess it's more meta than what's said in game. People are just aware of the in game content and what to get to. I also do like I think I do like the amount of like I guess I prefer the laughing skills. Like even when I played WoW, I never really was super interested in doing the raids because my computer was so fucking dog shit that and my internet was so horrible living in Australia where the internet is just generally always horrible that I could only go into the main cities at like the dead of night for the American servers. Otherwise, I would just crash, just get stuck in the infinite loading loop because I couldn't handle the amount of players on screen during the peak times. So I pretty much just spent all my time like crafting or like doing professions in WoW. And you just get there's a lot of skills stuff and quests. It gets overwhelming. My inventory is full. But yeah, I've been enjoying RuneScape, getting back into it. I kind of like I've just been looking for like another game to grind out because my main game for grinding for like the longest time was League of Legends, and that game fucking sucked dick. And I fucking hate that game, and I hate myself whenever I play it. But I played it for like 10 years straight, and I finally managed to break the addiction when they forced everybody to download the Chinese spyware anti-cheat program on your computer. That's when I finally was able to break the curse. And so since then, I've been looking for like a replacement game. I played, as I said, I played WoW Classic WoW, hardcore for a while there, but I kind of got over it after dying a bunch of times. So I was like, huh, RuneScape, I haven't played that in a while. That's kind of popular again. Maybe I'll give that a go. And so far, it's been pretty good. Still log into League for Teamfight Tactics. Oh, yeah, right. I never really got into Teamfight Tactics. I liked the original game, Auto Chess on Dota 2, but I never really got into any of the spin-offs or like the versions made by other people. Like Dota had its own version, Dota Underlords or some shit. League had its version. Hearthstone has its version. But I think I prefer the original. Probably stop at maybe 45 wood cutting. Oh, wrong button. The burners are covering the whole screen, can't even see the skills. Ah, right. Um, Estelle there is covering the skills, isn't she? I could hide her for a little bit, since you can't make this window bigger, can you? No? Definitely starting to feel a little bit tired now. I've been managing lately to keep a more normal sleep schedule, for my time zone at least. So I probably should try to stick to it. Instead of like constantly waking up at 6 PM and then being awake all throughout the night. Task guided. Task guided. Is that a bot? What quest was I actually meant to be doing? I think I was getting ready to do the Lost City quest, which I needed 36 wood cutting for. That was my original goal. But now I'm just kind of like messing around, just doing wood cutting. Do Dragon Slayer. I think I started that. I at least got to the stage where you get the shield, the anti-fire shield. Probably will have to do that sooner than later. Because I think you need to do that to use rune armor, if I'm not mistaken. I think chest plate. Right, yeah. What do you need to use dragon then? I know there's a Dragon Slayer 2 quest. I don't know if that's something else entirely, or if that's what you need for dragon armor or dragon weapons. Pretty sure I never ever got dragon equipment. Yeah, pretty confident I never got dragon equipment when I used to play. I might have had like some basic rune stuff, but I never got beyond rune. Dragon armor you can wear. Wait, really? You can just wear dragon armor? Oh, so the quest I'm working on, the Lost City quest, is the only other requirement besides level 60 attack to wield Dragon Longsword and Dragon Dagger. Oh, well then apparently I'm already working towards the Dragon Gear. As for the armor, I'm not sure. Maybe that's... Requirements for wielding. So all the different... Oh, so all the different dragon weapons are either rare drops from enemies or... Well, I mean, I guess they all would be, but they require some kind of quest. And the armor you can just buy? Or maybe you can't buy it, maybe you have to grind it or like find it from drops or something. I hate doing quests. Really? I mean, I guess I kind of always liked quests in RuneScape because to me they kind of felt varied. Whereas like in other games like WoW, of course, quests are pretty much always go kill 20 fucking goblins, go bring me 10 bear asses, or whatever the fuck random pickup is that has like a horrendous drop rate. So I kind of liked how RuneScape quests are kind of more varied in what you have to do. I got the quest plugin on RuneLite, yeah. So Lost City was what I was working on. I was about to do. Which I just needed I needed the 36 wood cutting for, which I just got before, or earlier tonight. Ability to buy and wield dragon daggers and longswords. I'm jealous of that because we don't have that in RuneScape 3. Oh, so RuneScape 3 doesn't have like a RuneLite client or something. Huh, that's unfortunate. I have to watch videos. Oh, that sucks. Most of them are so unclear. Did you get into RuneScape 3 like right as it started, or did you come in later? Because I feel like if you started RuneScape right from the start and you just assumed that was the natural progression of the game, then I kind of feel bad for those guys that are stuck playing RuneScape 3 for that reason, I guess. Then came later into RuneScape 3. Oh, okay. So you just saw how Osrs looked and thought RuneScape 3 looked more interesting. Didn't like it though. Oh, okay, fair enough. I mean, I'm not gonna pretend that the combat is great in Osrs, but I kind of like wasn't really interested in the game to begin with for the combat. It's more like it's more the life skilling in general, I suppose, that interests me. The life skills and the questing. Heh. I suppose just being a bit more familiar with Osrs than RuneScape 3, which seems like a pretty big jump. It's quite different. I like the click and wait combat. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, the combat is the combat is what it is. Combat is what it is. I also need gold. The only way I was really earning gold before was doing the agility pyramid in the desert place. But my agility was low and I just kept fucking dying. Well, not dying, but like I kept like losing chunks of health and just never being able to fucking complete a run. Getting horrible luck on the lines and vaults and all that. Which I think, that's the idea, I suppose. You're meant to have higher agility. Or rather, the higher your agility, the less likely you are to fail. I remember trying to level agility no Osrs was a pain. Yeah, I do not really want to imagine what it's like to level agility up in like the 90s. That sounds pretty fucking mind-numbing. Maybe there's ways to make it more bearable, but it doesn't sound fun. I remember there's like some madman streamer, YouTuber that's got like 3 or 4 accounts with 99 agility. It's like, fucking why, man? Why do that to yourself? I saw a thread on Reddit, actually someone calculated the amount of hours to get to 99 agility if you did each new course as you level up. And I think it worked out to like 200 hours or something. But that was like 9 years ago, so maybe the XP rates have changed a lot. But 200 hours to level a skill to max levels sounds fucking crazy. He could have also just been wrong on his numbers. I mean, that's possible. Not like I checked the math. Reno Village. I also have to train my fire making to 16. Haven't been doing that. My fire making is still level 5. Burning. Normal pile logs. I haven't really been saving it. I got most of my woodcutting experience from questing, so I don't have a bank of logs, normal logs to burn. That's annoying. 16 normal logs. Maybe I'll stop at this next level for woodcutting. I didn't really need to grind for 45. I was kind of like just in the mood for chopping trees rather than having a specific goal in mind. 45 is maple trees, I suppose. That's like the next tree thing to get. Next logs. Oh, I can get rune axe. I can get a rune axe now. Or rather, I can use a rune axe. I don't know where you get them. If you can buy a rune axe, or you have to farm it somewhere. Rune axe. And of course you can make one. You can buy one in the Woodcutting Guild if you have 60 woodcutting. Well, there you go. Actually, going on about the combat, that was the one thing I was gonna say. The RuneScape, the Osrs PvP combat seemed a little more interesting, with kind of like the shenanigans you can get up to with like manipulating like what items you're holding or using different buffs and prayer and stuff. It seemed like there's a few interesting mechanics that go into it to make it a little skillful. But also, like, as I said, just kind of like watching random videos without really knowing too much about it myself. So maybe it's either really easy and actually not that skillful, or maybe it is actually quite a lot going on there. $40k for Rune Axe if you buy it from the woodcutting vendor. Or the woodcutting guild, I mean. Well, pretty much got where I wanted to. So, I think this is going to be it for the end of the stream. Done the main stuff I want to get done working on the project for today. Got some stuff I have to do off stream, since I can't really show it. And then I'll probably do another stream again tomorrow, starting at an earlier time. Well, the usual time I start is at 6 PM, or rather midnight PDT, PST, for the American time zone there. But I'll probably try to stream maybe 10 or earlier, a couple of hours earlier at least, from what I usually start. If I can. See how that goes. Just going over some more of the combat stuff for the game. Because yeah, we got a bunch of the artwork and stuff already made. I just need to actually start implementing it, and it should. I have to wait till I get into it, but on top of my head, I think it'd be pretty easy to start implementing all of the new stuff, the new bandit related combat stuff and loot images for the update. We'll have to see it when I mess with it tomorrow. Alright guys, that's going to be it for this stream. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed your time.